Welcome to Snooze and Muse, where the edges of the map blur, and forgotten wonders come to life, one breath at a time. Tonight, we journey beyond the known, into lands whispered about in legend, and marked only by silence. From vanished cities, buried in sand, to oceans that swallow ships whole, these are the places where answers fade and mystery remains. This is the story of Earth's most mysterious places, not just as locations, but as riddles, as myths, as echoes of something lost. So close your eyes. Let curiosity guide you, and drift into the unknown, where the earth speaks softly and the secrets begin. Chapter 1. Where the sea swallows the sky, the Bermuda Triangle, over the endless expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, there lies a stretch of sea that has quietly gathered a reputation far older than satellites or sonar, shaped not by the waves, but by human fear. The Bermuda Triangle forms its silent points between Miami, Bermuda, and San Juan, Puerto Rico. From above, it looks no different than the rest of the ocean, azure, shimmering, restless. But its name carries the weight of 1,000 stories, whispered across maps and coastlines. The first known story that gave rise to its legend dates back to 1945. 5 American torpedo bombers, known as Flight 19, vanished during a routine training mission. The squadron's leader reported strange compass readings, and then nothing. The Navy's rescue plane, sent to find them, also disappeared. All 27 men were lost, leaving behind no trace, no oil slick, not even debris. And yet, these were not the first. Sailors in the 19th century had already spoken of erratic compass behavior and ghostly weather in these same waters. But it was Flight 19 that gave the region a name and a shadow, with no mountains, no landmarks, no signposts. The sea hides its secrets well. And in this particular triangle of water, those secrets seemed to multiply. Every missing ship, every unexplained silence was slowly pulled into the growing myth. The Bermuda Triangle became more than a location. It became a question. Ghost ships and radio silence. Some of the most haunting tales from the Triangle come not from what was found, but from what never was. There are no screams, no final transmissions, only empty silence where voices should have been. One such case was the USS Cyclops in 1918, a massive Navy cargo ship that vanished with 309 men aboard. There was no storm, no distress call, just a routine voyage that never reached its destination. It remains one of the largest losses of life in U.S. Navy history unrelated to combat. And no wreck has ever been found. Then there was the case of the Carol A. Deering in 1921. A 5-masted schooner that ran aground on the shores of North Carolina, its sails raised, tables set for meals, but not a single crew member aboard. All lifeboats were gone, but the ship's log and navigation equipment were still there. No signs of violence. Just a ghost ship that had sailed itself. More recently, in 1963, the SS Marine Sulphur Queen, a tanker carrying molten sulfur, vanished, along with its 39-man crew. The ship was last heard from near the Florida Straits. A few life jackets and bits of debris later washed ashore, but no bodies, no ship. The sea had taken it, and given little back, again and again, it is the same refrain. A vessel leaves port. It sends a few messages. Then radio silence. The triangle doesn't roar or warn. It simply takes explanations in the Fogoff course. Mystery invites explanation. Scientists, skeptics, and sea captains alike have tried to clear the fog. One of the most cited theories is human error. The waters of the Bermuda Triangle are among the most heavily traveled in the world. With unpredictable weather, shifting currents, and countless islands, it's not hard to imagine mistakes being made, especially before the era of GPS. Another theory centers around methane hydrates buried beneath the ocean floor. These gas pockets, if disturbed, could erupt and reduce the water's density, causing ships to sink almost instantly. In such a case, even large vessels might vanish with barely a ripple. Then there are magnetic anomalies. Some pilots have reported instruments spinning uncontrollably or losing directional clarity. While some scientists argue these readings were exaggerated or misunderstood, the triangle remains one of the few places where magnetic north and true north align, which can confuse older navigation systems. Weather also plays its part. Sudden squalls, rogue waves, and waterspouts can appear in this region with little warning. And when aircraft or boats are already in distress, nature's unpredictability only deepens the danger. Perhaps the strangest explanations come from outside. Science. Stories of time warps, alien abductions, and underwater pyramids have all surfaced over the years. These may not be credible in scientific circles, but they remind us of the ocean's power to stir the imagination and to keep its truths hidden. The fear that floats despite all attempts to explain it. The Bermuda Triangle continues to float in our collective imagination, not because of the number of disappearances, but because of the stories left behind. We are creatures drawn to the unknown. We stare at maps not to see where things are, but to wonder what lies beyond them. The triangle feeds this curiosity. Even now, with satellites watching every ripple of the ocean and planes crossing continents in hours, there remains a part of the world that feels uncharted simply because it refuses to give up its mysteries. The disappearances may have slowed, or even stopped, but the legend remains strong. Books are written, documentaries made, and each new incident, no matter how explainable, is pulled into the lore. Perhaps that's what makes the Bermuda Triangle most mysterious of all. Not just the vanishing, but the way it makes us feel. Small, intrigued, humbled, as if there are still places in this world where nature holds the final word. In the end, the Bermuda Triangle may not be magic. It may be coincidence, error, or weather. But it reminds us of something essential, that even in an age of knowing, there are still places left to wonder about. Places where the sea swallows the sky, and we are left only with questions. Chapter 2. Desert scrolls and stone the Nazca lines in the southern reaches of Peru. Where the desert lies still beneath a copper sky, there exists a canvas so vast it can only be understood from above. The Nazca lines, drawn across the arid plains like strokes from a divine hand, stretch for miles across the landscape. From the ground, they appear as shallow trenches, but from the air, the desert unfolds into geoglyphs of birds, monkeys, spiders, and complex geometric patterns, some nearly the length of a football field. They were first noticed in the modern era in the 1920s, when commercial aircraft began flying routes over the region. Passengers, peering from their windows, saw shapes too large and too precise to be accidental. In time, scholars arrived, maps were drawn, and aerial photography revealed what the Earth had hidden for centuries. Over 800 straight lines, 300 geometric figures, and 70 animal and plant designs emerged, all scraped gently into the surface by removing reddish-brown iron oxide pebbles to expose the lighter-colored earth beneath. These designs have endured for over 2,000 years, surviving earthquakes, erosion, and time itself. The mystery is not just their scale or clarity, it is their silence. No writing accompanies them. No definitive explanation endures. They lie beneath the sun like an unfinished sentence, waiting to be read from the sky, the land where they lie is flat and open, with few features to break the horizon. Yet the lines stretch straight, unbroken, sometimes for miles. Some run parallel. Others intersect or spiral. A trapezoid opens like a corridor. A hummingbird's beak extends in perfect proportion. The sheer precision achieved without any known. Aerial view remains baffling. Were they surveying geniuses? Or was there a different reason they made lines that only the heavens could see? The hands that carve Bedtime understand the Nazca lines. We must understand the people who made them. The Nazca civilization flourished in this desert from around 100 BCE to 800 CE. They were master engineers, able to build aqueducts and irrigation systems that channeled water beneath the dry earth. They crafted vibrant pottery and intricate textiles, often featuring the same animals now seen stretched across the desert floor. Without drones or planes, the Nazca created designs so vast they could only be seen in full from the sky. Archaeologists believe they used rudimentary surveying tools, wooden stakes, and ropes to achieve straight lines and symmetrical figures. Some of these ancient stakes still remain in the ground today. Why they made them, however, remains a question without a single answer. Some scholars suggest the lines were ceremonial walkways used during religious rites. Others believe they served as giant astronomical calendars, marking solstices or aligning with specific stars. What is clear is the intention behind their creation. They were not random, nor were they simple decorations. These lines were meant to last, and the people who made them must have believed deeply in what they represented. Their hands worked across barren land, with nothing but tools of stone and wood. No scripts explain their purpose. No temples mark their origin. Yet the lines still speak in the language of patience and precision. Carved in devotion beneath an eternal sky, the Nazca also practiced rituals that hint at their relationship with nature and the divine. Offerings buried beneath some lines. Bits of pottery, plants, even shells from the coast suggest these were more than drawings. They were sacred paths, etched with hope, asking for rain or favor from the heavens. There's a quiet power in this devotion, in the act of creating something so grand just to speak to the sky. Messages to the sky. Nazca lines have long stirred questions that stretch beyond archaeology. Their immense scale and aerial visibility, have led some to suggest they were messages to the gods, or perhaps messages to someone else. In the mid-20th century, theories of extraterrestrial contact captured the public imagination. Writers like Erich von Däniken popularized the idea that the geoglyphs were ancient landing strips or symbols intended for alien visitors. These ideas, though controversial, pushed the Nazca lines further into global consciousness mainstream. Scholars offer interpretations rooted more in cultural astronomy and ritual. The spider geoglyph, for example, aligns closely with the constellation Orion. The monkey's spiral tail may represent patterns in water or wind. These designs could have functioned as giant ritual calendars, guiding planting, harvests, or pilgrimages. Some lines point directly to horizon markers where the sun sets or rises during solstices. There's also the theory that the lines were a form of pilgrimage. People may have walked them in ceremonial processions, guided by their shapes. Trapezoids, for instance, could have been spiritual corridors, entryways to the realm of the gods. In that sense, the lines weren't only for looking at, but for moving through. They were paths of meaning, traveled by faith, yet even the most scientific explanations leave room for wonder. Why so large? Why so many? Why here in a desert where rain almost never falls and nothing grows? Perhaps the lines weren't only meant to be seen by humans. Perhaps they were drawn for eyes that look down from the sky. Whether those eyes belonged to gods, ancestors, or celestial beings is a question the lines themselves never answer. They simply endure, still pointing upward, above the sand. Beneath the mystery thought time has preserved the lines far better than most ancient works. The modern world brings new threats. Tourism, once the key to revealing their beauty, has become a danger to their survival. Unauthorized vehicles have scarred the earth, leaving tire tracks across delicate designs. Foot traffic, even when cautious, presses the dry earth underweight. It was never meant to carry. Climate change, too, plays its part. While the desert has protected the lines for millennia, increasing rainfall and temperature fluctuations could erode their fragile outlines. Preservationists now monitor the site, using drones and satellite imaging to detect damage and deterioration. Efforts to protect the lines continue, but there is always tension between access and preservation. In 2014, a protest by Greenpeace left footprints across a sacred section of the hummingbird geoglyph, sparking global outrage. It served as a reminder that even well-meaning actions can leave scars on ancient silence, yet even as science catalogs and conserves the Nazca lines remain untouched by full understanding. They defy easy classification. They are not tombs, nor fortresses, nor cities. They are messages, but their meaning, if it ever was written, has been lost to sand and silence. In the hush of the desert wind, the lines still wait. They wait for someone to understand why a civilization would choose to speak across centuries using only the earth, the sky, and the certainty that someone would one day listen. The Nazca lines do not shout. They do not fade. They endure, mysterious, massive, and still as scripture etched in stone, left open under the heavens for all time. Chapter 3. The Silence Beyond Defense Area 51. In the heart of Nevada's scorched desert lies a place that once did not exist. Area 51, a military installation nestled within the arid expanse of the Nevada Test and Training Range, was for decades denied by the U.S. government. No signs marked its borders. No public records confirmed its presence. Just a strip of tarmac, a set of hangars, and an unyielding silence under a blazing sun. The story begins in the 1950s, at the height of the Cold War. The United States, in a silent race with the Soviet Union, sought the advantage of surveillance. Out of this need was born the U-2 spy plane. To test it, the CIA needed a place both isolated and secure. They found it near a dry lake bed known as Groom Lake. A perfect stage of secrecy. From that point, the base became a cradle for aviation innovation. The A-12 Oxcart, the F-117 Nighthawk, and other aircraft still veiled in secrecy first took flight. Here, each departure and landing was a movement through shadows, silent, swift, and unseen. Engineers and pilots were flown in under code names. The work was conducted in compartments, knowledge divided to prevent leaks. Even their families were told little. Over time, the veil of silence became a myth of its own. The base's existence was only acknowledged officially in 2013. But by then, it had already become one of the most storied places on the planet. A quiet landscape that became louder the more it tried to stay hidden. Lights in the night sky. It was perhaps inevitable that the story of Area 51 would ascend from aircraft to aliens. In the mid-20th century, reports of strange lights and flying saucers grew more frequent. Pilots, travelers, and desert watchers described shimmering disks, impossible speeds, and unnatural movements in the sky. The government denied involvement. But the denials only deepened the belief that something otherworldly was being kept behind the fences. Some of these sightings, in hindsight, were likely the testing of experimental aircraft. The U-2, flying higher than any known aircraft at the time, reflected sunlight in unfamiliar ways. Its silent arc across the sky could easily be seen as something extraterrestrial. But when questions were asked, the official answers were vague, guarded, or non-existent. Pop culture amplified the mystery. Films, books, and television shows spun Area 51 into a beacon for alien lore. In 1947, the Roswell incident had already stirred the idea of crashed spacecraft. By the 1980s, Area 51 had become the presumed home of those remains. Some believed entire ships were hidden there. Others claimed autopsies of non-human beings had occurred inside its cold, concrete walls. The desert night became a theater. Lights in the sky became stories shared over campfires and radio waves. And the line between truth and legend blurred. With every retelling, whistleblowers and watchers into this fog of secrecy and speculation stepped individuals who claimed to know more. Whistleblowers, researchers, and self-proclaimed former employees came forward with stories that seemed pulled from science fiction. The most famous of these was Bob Laser Dot in 1989. Laser appeared in an interview claiming he had worked at a site near Area 51, known as S4. His job, he said, was to reverse engineer alien technology. According to him, 9 flying discs were being housed in hangars carved into the mountainside. They were powered, he said, by an element unknown to the periodic table at the time when it bent gravity itself, Laser's credentials were questioned. His claims ridiculed by many, embraced by others. But the story struck a chord. More than evidence, it was the tone of his account, calm, consistent, and unwavering, that captured imagination. He described propulsion systems unlike anything on Earth. Control panels molded from a single material. No screws, no seams. Others came forward too. Former military personnel spoke of strange encounters. Contractors mentioned documents marked non-terrestrial. Files were leaked, only to disappear again. Websites and forums became digital archives of what might have been seen. And above it all, the guards at the gates of Area 51 said nothing. The watchers continued to gather. From the hills overlooking the base, enthusiasts peered through telescopes and long-lens cameras. They hoped to glimpse something unusual. A flash, a shape, a silhouette that might confirm their hopes or fears. They saw fences, sensors, and signs warning against photography. But the silence inside remained total. Truth, lies, and the human need to believe Area 51 has become more than a base. It is now a mirror reflecting our wonder, our suspicion, and our yearning to believe in something greater than ourselves. It is both symbol and secret, shaped by fact and fiction alike. Part of its enduring allure lies in the absence of clear answers. When people are told not to look, they often look harder. When information is redacted, imaginations fill in the blanks. For many, Area 51 became the stage for a modern myth that humanity is not alone, and that the truth has been hidden in hangars we are forbidden to enter. The government's silence, once meant to protect national security, became an invitation to speculate. The more tightly the facts were held, the more freely theories took flight. Area 51 became the birthplace of conspiracy culture, a place where logic stepped aside and belief took root, and perhaps that is the real mystery. Not whether aliens are hidden in the desert, but why we want them to be. Why we crave contact with the unknown. Why we look into the sky and hope to see something that says we are not alone. Area 51 may never give up its secrets. It may remain, as it always has, a place of silence and shadows. But the stories we tell about it, the dreams, the doubts, the desires will keep echoing across the sand, long after the gates have closed for the last time. Chapter 4. The Fire That Lives in Water. Eternal flame falls, tucked deep within the hushed woods of western New York, where moss coats stone and the leaves whisper in the wind. There is a waterfall unlike any other. In the heart of Chestnut Ridge Park, within a ravine called Shale Creek, water cascades gently over layers of ancient rock. It is a quiet, tucked-away place, soft with shadows, cool with mist. But nestled behind the fall, flickering stubbornly in a shallow grotto, is something impossible. A flame.it burns steadily, dancing golden orange, hidden just behind the curtain of water. It does not flare wildly, nor does it smoke heavily. It flickers like a candle in the breath of a cave. To see it is to feel briefly confused. Fire should not live here, in this cool place where moisture clings to every surface. And yet it does. The eternal flame has been burning in this space for years, perhaps centuries. It is fed by something deeper than wood or wick, something old, silent, and hidden beneath the earth. Visitors hike for nearly a mile through winding trails. To reach it, the sound of rushing water grows louder as they descend toward the falls, but the flame is not immediately visible. It appears only as you approach, crouching to peer behind the cascade. And when you do, there it is, small, bright, utterly unexpected. A flicker of warmth in the middle of a world carved by water. Some days, the flame is faint, as if resting. Other days, it burns strong and tall. But always, it is their fire, living quietly in a place shaped by rain and stream. A contradiction, a wonder breath of the earth. What feeds this gentle flame in the heart of the forest? The answer lies not in the sky, but in the rock beneath our feet. Shale, the gray sedimentary stone that lines the creek, is the keeper of the secret. Deep within it, natural gas forms as ancient organic material breaks down under pressure over millennia. Cracks in the rock allow this gas, mostly methane, to escape upward. In most places, it would simply drift unnoticed into the air. But here, in a hollow carved behind the waterfall, the gas collects in just the right way. A spark perhaps once struck by a hiker long ago, or maybe ignited by lightning in the distant past, found the gas. And the flame was born. The gas seeps slowly, not in a rush, and the stone around it shelters the flame from wind and rain. It's this steady breath from the earth that makes the flame possible. Scientists have studied the phenomenon and found that the shale at Shale Creek is unusually hot, even compared to other natural gas formations. The pressure and heat beneath the surface create a consistent source of fuel. Still, questions remain. The flame is remarkably stable for such a small, unregulated gas vent. Most microseeps wouldn't allow a flame to persist so long. And yet, this one does. It is not eternal in the strictest sense. Sometimes it flickers out. But someone always relights it. Locals, hikers, guardians of the glow. The flame endures. Because we want it to. Because we believe it should. And so, fire rises from the shale, a soft, steady breath from the hidden chambers of the planet. Not from destruction, but from slow creation. A light born not of man, but of time, legends in the mist long before scientists studied the chemical composition of the gas. People found other meanings in the flame. The native Seneca people, who lived in this region for centuries, are believed to have revered this place, though their specific traditions are lost to time. Still, across cultures and continents, a flame that burns unendingly has always carried weight. To some, the flame is a guardian, a spirit that watches over the land. To others, it is a portal, a meeting point between worlds. Stories have been whispered of those who made wishes here, of quiet prayers offered to the fire, their hopes carried upward on warm air. Local legend tells of a traveler who found the flame while seeking solitude in grief. He watched it for hours, they say, until he felt something shift in his heart. He returned each year, and with time, so did others. Hikers came not just for the sight, but for what it made them feel. A kind of peace, a soft awe, a belief that, in a world of noise and speed, something slow and pure could still exist. Some call it a miracle. others a geological oddity. But to many, it is a sacred place, not because of its fire or water, but because of the harmony between them. The way they meet without extinguishing one another feels like a lesson, that opposites can exist side by side. That balance is not just possible, but beautiful, and so the flame burns, not just in gas and stone, but in the minds of those who visit, in memory, in story, in silence, nature's paradox in the natural world. Certain truths feel immutable. Fire consumes. Water extinguishes. One cannot live within the other. But eternal flame falls gently defies this law. It is a paradox, a reminder that the earth often works in ways we do not expect. We are taught to categorize, to say this is dry, this is wet, this is alive, this is not. But here, in a narrow forest ravine, the lines blur. The flame behind. The falls does not destroy the water. The water does not drown the flame. Instead, they coexist not in conflict, but in quiet arrangement. The waterfall shields the flame from wind, and the rock forms a chamber that cups the gas. The very element that might have extinguished the flame instead cradles it, protects it, allows it to thrive. This moment, this natural cooperation reflects something larger. In ecosystems, in weather, in time, the earth constantly weaves contradictions into harmony. Lava cools into fertile soil. Storms clear skies. Ice preserves ancient life. And here, at eternal flame falls, water gives stage to fire. Visitors often linger longer than they plan to. They sit by the falls. They listen. They breathe. And in the hush between rushing water and flickering light, they feel something rare. A sense that the world still holds places that do not need explanation. Places that simply are data as you walk away, up the winding trail, and into the waiting trees. The sound of the flame disappears, absorbed again by the waterfall. But you carry something with you, the memory of fire in water, and the soft reminder that even in a world ruled by rules, there are places that choose their own. Eternal flame falls does not shout its mystery. It burns softly, quietly, waiting only for those who are willing to slow down long enough to see it. Chapter 5. The crater that burns on the door to hell. In the golden sands of Turkmenistan, in the vast stretch of the Karakum Desert, there lies a crater that glows with an otherworldly fire. At night, the flames rise high, casting dancing shadows across the dunes, visible for miles. The heat pulses from below, as if the earth itself is exhaling embers. Locals call it the door to hell, but this fiery chasm was not formed by nature, nor by myth. It was made by mistake. In 1971, Soviet geologists arrived in the Karakum in search of oil. What they found instead was a large pocket of natural gas beneath a thin crust of earth. They set up a drilling rig to explore the reserve, unaware that the ground beneath them was unstable. And then it collapsed. The equipment vanished into the earth, swallowed by a sinkhole that opened without warning. The geologists were left staring into a gaping pit, nearly 70 meters wide and 20 meters deep. But their worries extended beyond lost machinery. Methane gas was leaking from the hole, a silent an invisible danger to nearby communities and wildlife. In an attempt to contain the gas, the team made a decision that would echo for decades. They set it on fire. The idea was simple. The gas would burn itself out in a matter of days. The flames would flicker, then fade. The sight would be forgotten, but it did not fade. It never faded. More than 50 years later, the crater still burns. Flames without, and the fire that was supposed to last a week has lasted a lifetime. Day and night, it roars. The walls of the crater glow orange. The floor, pocked with holes and bubbling gas, simmers like a cauldron. No one knows how deep the gas reserve runs beneath the surface, or how long the fire will continue. There is no fence around it, no viewing platform, just open desert, shifting sand, and a crater that breathes flame. It is at once beautiful and terrifying. The door to hell draws visitors from around the world, scientists, thrill seekers, and the quietly curious. There are no official tours, no guide ropes. Only the heat, the silence of the desert, and the inferno. Some camp nearby. They watch the flames in silence as stars bloom in the sky. The heat reaches them from across the sand, warm against their faces even in the desert cold. The wind carries the scent of burning earth. Some say the flame hums as if the planet is singing from its core. Drone footage has captured the crater's glowing mouth from above, a deep, round wound in the land, alive with light. At its edge, the ground is cracked and fragile, and yet people step close. They peer into the glow. They linger. There is something hypnotic about fire that never dies. It pulls us closer. It reminds us of what we cannot control and what we once tried to. Devils, warnings, and the name it earned. No official name was ever given to the crater. The Soviet records, once sealed, did not list it as anything more than a failed site. But the people who lived near the desert gave it a name, the door to hell. They named it not out of fear, but out of awe. The flames were too persistent, the heat too unnatural. The crater did not just burn, it glowed. The fire was not yellow, but orange and red like magma. It hissed and roared at times, as if a live dot in the stillness of the desert where no other light moves after dark. The crater stands alone. Some believe it cursed. Others say it has protected, a place where the earth reveals its rawest energy, warning humans to tread carefully. There are whispers that the land speaks through the fire, that if you watch it long enough, you'll see visions in the flames. Old legends have woven themselves into the heat, of travelers who vanished, of voices heard near the rim, of winds that change direction the closer you come. But the stories are not only old. Modern pilgrims add their own. Journalists, explorers, and photographers return home with their own tales of sleepless nights, of glowing eyes glimpsed in the dark, of electronics that failed near the edge. The name stuck, not because of demons, but because the fire is endless. Because the ground gave way to something no one expected. And because it reminds us, powerfully, that when we disturb the balance beneath our feet, the earth sometimes burns back. A world watching. The burnt door to hell is now a landmark, one born of error, yet kept alive by fascination. It is not listed on most official travel brochures. There are no gift shops or ticket booths. And yet, it is among the most famous places in Central Asia the Turkmen government once considered extinguishing the flames. In 2010, and again in recent years, discussions surfaced around capping the crater. There were concerns about the environment, the loss of natural gas, the long-term safety of the area, but each time, the crater remains, for some, it is a symbol of human fallibility, a reminder that we often act before we understand. For others, it is a place of wild beauty, a living testament to the planet's restless core. Filmmakers and journalists visit to capture its impossible glow. Scientists study the unique micro-ecosystem. At its base, where extremophile bacteria thrive in the heat. And travelers, drawn by curiosity or the thrill of standing at the edge of the unknown, continue to arrive. They stand in silence, watch the flames, and take something with them, a memory of standing where the world cracked open and never closed. It is not a place of comfort. It is a place of confrontation with our mistakes, with nature. With the door to hell does not call to everyone. But for those who come, it leaves an imprint, the image of fire in darkness, of heat in silence, of time marked not by minutes, but by the steady burn of something older than explanation, and still it burns. Chapter 6, the island of Islas Dolls, Island of the Dolls, in the calm waters of Xochimilco, south of Mexico City. A slow current winds through ancient canals. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and wild flowers. Trees lean low. Over the water, their roots clutching the banks like fingers holding memories. Small boats drift quietly here, not for transport, but for something older, something remembered, there, hidden among tangled roots and whispering reeds, lies an island that seems forgotten by time. From a distance, it looks like any other speck of land scattered through the wetlands. But as the boat draws near, details begin to surface, strange shapes hanging from the trees, bits of fabric fluttering in the breeze, limbs dangling like broken puppets. They are dolls. Hundreds of them. Thousands, some say. Some hang by their necks, others by their arms. Some are nailed to trees, or tied with string, or simply lodged into the bark as if the island had grown them itself. Their faces are cracked, their bodies discolored by sun and rain. Many are missing eyes. Some have lost limbs. All of them watch in silence. The island of the dolls does not make a sound, but it speaks through every broken toy, every staring face, every empty socket. It tells a story of sorrow and something that refuses to be forgotten. Don Julian's Vigilantes story begins decades ago with a man named Don Julian Santana. He lived alone on the island, choosing solitude over city. Life. A quiet caretaker of the land and water. He was a man of few words and many rituals. One day, so the story goes, he found the body of a young girl who had drowned in the canal. No one knew who she was or where she had come from. Some say she was trying to reach the island. Others say she was already there when tragedy struck. Her story remains unclear, but her presence did not leave. Not long after, Don Julian found a doll floating near the shore. He believed it belonged to the girl. As a gesture of respect, or perhaps repentance, he hung the doll in a tree. A small act, quiet and private. But over time, he began to hang more. He found them in the canals, washed up in reeds, tangled in the roots. Some say he traded vegetables for them in nearby villages. Others believe he made them by hand. For every doll he placed, he said it kept the spirit of the girl company, protected her, honored her, but there was something else to a fear. Don Julian claimed he heard whispers at night, that the dolls moved when no one was looking. That eyes followed him, even when they were made of glass. He continued this ritual for over 50 years when he died. In 2001, his body was found in the canal in the same place, some say, where he once found the girl. Whispers among the Brancas visitors say the island feels different from the moment you arrive. The air changes heavier, slower, like something unseen has curled itself around the trees. The silence is not still. It vibrates, as if it's waiting. Some who come feel a chill, even in the sun. Others hear things, faint voices, the sound of small feet moving through leaves. Some swear the dolls move, that their heads turn, that their fingers twitch in the wind, even when the trees are still. It may be suggestion, or it may be something more. There are stories of those who stayed too long, who left in a hurry, unable to shake the feeling that something had been watching. Photos taken on the island sometimes capture more than they should: faces and shadows, shapes in the corners. Eyes that weren't there before, but not all visitors feel fear. Some feel sadness, reverence, a quiet ache, as if the dolls are not haunting the island, but mourning it, as if they carry the weight of a story that wants to be remembered, but not retold. Whatever presence lives among the dolls, it is not loud. It waits. It watches. It lives in the space between what we see and what we feel, haunted or honored. The island of the dolls has become a destination. Boats now bring curious travelers, journalists, and thrill-seekers through the canals, all drawn by the strange tale and its even stranger tribute. Some come expecting fear and leave with something else. Some leave trinkets, offerings, even dolls of their own, adding to the growing chorus of silent faces. The island has no guide, no map, no official history. Only the trees, the water, and the dolls. And the story they tell, however quietly, is: it haunted. Perhaps, or maybe it is something simpler, something sadder. A place where grief was given form, where one man's devotion and perhaps his guilt created a shrine to a soul he never knew. Over time, that tribute became a legend. And the legend became a mirror, reflecting what each visitor brings with them: fear, compassion, curiosity, or disbelief. The island of the dolls is not loud in its horror. It does not scream or chase or threaten. It just stands quiet, strange, and full of eyes. Some cracked, some empty. Some may be still watching, and as your boat drifts away and the island fades behind the reeds, the dolls remain, hanging, waiting, remembering, always watching, never speaking, and perhaps still grieving. Chapter 7. A hole in the ocean, the great blue hole, far off the coast of Belize, where the Caribbean Sea gently laps at low coral atolls and scattered reefs, lies a perfect circle etched deep into the seafloor. From the air, it looks almost man-made, a dark, midnight blue eye staring up from the turquoise waters. At nearly 1,000 feet across and over 400 feet deep, the Great Blue Hole is one of the largest marine sinkholes on Earth. Its symmetry is haunting. There are no jagged edges, no odd angles, just a smooth, flawless ring. It rests inside the Lighthouse Reef, a small atoll that's part of the Belize Barrier Reef, the second largest in the world. This underwater wonder remained a quiet mystery until 1971, when it was first photographed from the sky. What those pictures revealed stunned scientists: a near-perfect circle in an already magical landscape, but this circle wasn't carved by hands or shaped by machines. It was nature's slow, invisible work. Thousands of years ago, during the last ice age, sea levels were much lower than they are now. The area where the Blue Hole sits today was dry land, a limestone cave system hollowed out over centuries by rainwater and erosion. When the ice age ended and the oceans began to rise, those caves filled with water. Their roofs collapsed, and what remained was a vast vertical shaft. That's the secret behind its shape, a sunken cave, too wide to be a well, too deep to be a pool, too perfect not to wonder about. Over time, its walls were softened by tides and coral, but its roundness remained. From above, it looks like a portal to something deeper, something unknowable. The descent into darkness, to dive into the Great Blue Hole, is to travel backward in time. The surface water is bright, almost cheerful, teeming with fish and light. Coral reefs from the edge like lace, alive with color. But as divers descend into the void, sunlight begins to fade. Around 30 feet down, the walls of the sinkhole start to close in. Colors disappear, and silence takes over. At about 90 feet, divers start to feel the shift. The water gets colder. The pressure increases. There's a stillness here, thick and heavy. And then, deeper still, strange formations begin to appear. Long, stone fingers stretch downward from above stalactites. These mineral spikes aren't supposed to be underwater. They once formed inside the dry caves, drip by drip, thousands of years ago. When the ocean rose and the cave sank, the stalactites stayed behind, frozen in time. At around 130 feet, the real mystery begins. Divers enter a kind of underwater cathedral. The stalactites are massive, some over 40 feet long. The walls of the sinkhole are smooth and pale, glowing faintly in the filtered light. No fish swim here. There is no coral. Just rock, water, and silence. Every breath echoes in the ears. The air bubbles don't rise in joyful spirals. They stretch, slowly upward, distorted by depth. The deeper one goes, the darker it gets until there is only blackness. It's not dangerous in the typical way. It's eerie. A descent into a forgotten chamber of earth. One that was never meant to be seen again, and because of the weight of water and the absence of life, it feels sacred. Divers often describe it as peaceful, almost otherworldly. It is not the danger that stirs awe, but the age. To be inside the Blue Hole is to float in a memory far older than our own. Jacques Cousteau's dream in 1971, the same year it was photographed from above, Jacques Cousteau arrived with his ship Calypso. The legendary ocean explorer had heard whispers about the blue hole, a round shadow in the reef, full of unanswered questions. And as always, he wanted to know more. With a team of divers and a small submarine, Cousteau descended into the depths. What he found changed the world's view of this sinkhole forever. He saw the stalactites. He mapped the walls. He confirmed what geologists suspected. This hole was once a dry cave, a relic of ancient Earth swallowed by time. But more than facts, Cousteau brought stories. His television documentaries showed the world what the human eye had never seen before. The silent cathedrals beneath the waves, the alien beauty of a sinkhole that defied gravity. He called the Great Blue Hole one of the top 5 diving spots in the world, and so the world came. Scuba divers from every country made the pilgrimage. They trained for months, prepared for the pressures, and slipped into the blue. The dive is deep and not for beginners, but the reward is unmatched. It is a chance to touch the past, to float where cave walls once echoed with air. Not water. Cousteau's dream wasn't just exploration. It was wonder. He believed that if people could see the hidden beauty of the ocean, they would learn to love it and protect it. The Great Blue Hole became a symbol of that dream. Untouched, ancient, and worthy of awe, hidden histories in blue. But the Blue Hole isn't just beautiful. It's also a record. A library carved in stone and water, telling stories long before humans arrived. Scientists have since returned with better tools. In 2018, a team led by Richard Branson and Fabien Cousteau, Jacques Cousteau's grandson, explored the sinkhole with sonar and underwater drones. What they found added new layers to the mystery. At the bottom, around 400 feet deep, the water becomes anoxic completely without oxygen. No light, no life, just stillness. In this pocket of untouched water, nothing decays. Everything is preserved. It's like a time capsule. Researchers found layers of hydrogen sulfide, separating the living world above from the dead silence below. In those layers, they discovered clues about Earth's climate. Trapped sediments held secrets of past droughts, of shifting weather, of changing seas. The Blue Hole, it turned out, was more than just a cave. It was a calendar. Stalactites pulled from the site have been dated back over 150,000 years. They tell us when the land was dry, when the sea crept in, when the earth shifted on its axis. These stones carry time in their rings, much like trees. Only deeper, slower, and older, and in the silence of the deep, there's another kind of story. Not one of words or science, but feeling. Divers speak of a strange sense, as though the place remembers, as though it watches, as though, in its perfect stillness, the Blue Hole is not empty at all. This is what makes it more than just a dive. Sight, more than a hole in the ocean. It is one of Earth's secret pages, a story half told, half hidden. A place where silence speaks louder than waves, and so it sits in the middle of the Caribbean, unchanging. The perfect circle. The ancient cave. The window to a world that once was, and a world we're still learning to understand. Chapter 8. The Lost World's Plateau Mount Roraima, in the remote jungles where Venezuela, Brazil, and Guyana meet. There rises a mountain so strange, so massive, that it seems to belong to another world. Mount Roraima, with its flat summit and towering cliffs, stands like an ancient table carved by forgotten hands. Its sheer walls rise nearly 1,300 feet, and its summit stretches over 12 square miles, yet not a single slope leads gently to its top. This is not a mountain made by ordinary forces. It is one of Earth's oldest formations, built not by tectonic crashes but by time itself. Mount Roraima belongs to a group of flat-topped mountains known as tepuis, part of the Guiana Shield, a geologic formation over 2 billion years old. Long before dinosaurs, long before flowering plants, this rock existed. The mountain was shaped through patience. Wind and rain, over millions of years, carved through softer stone, leaving behind the hard quartzite walls we see today. But unlike many mountains that reach upward with jagged peaks, Roraima's flat top was born from erosion, not uplift. It is not young and reaching. It is ancient and enduring. Its cliffs are too steep for most life to cross. Its summit is cut off, both physically and biologically, from the world around it. That isolation means Mount Roraima has changed little while everything else has evolved. Looking at it is like looking into Earth's memory back to a time when life was simpler, air was thicker, and continents hadn't yet found their places, clouds that never leave each morning. Mist creeps up the sides of Mount Roraima like fingers of vapor searching for something they've lost. The summit is almost always shrouded in cloud, hidden beneath a blanket of silver. From the valleys below, the mountain seems to disappear. One moment a towering monolith, the next a ghost made of fog. This weather is no accident. The unique shape of Roraima, with its wide summit and vertical cliffs, creates its own climate. As warm, moist air from the rainforest rises, it meets the cool surface of the plateau and condenses. Clouds are born again and again in this cycle, never quite breaking free. Rain is constant here, sometimes soft and drifting, sometimes hard and wild. Water pours off the edges of the mountain in long silver curtains, forming waterfalls that vanish before they touch the jungle below. Some of these falls are hundreds of feet high, some among the tallest on Earth, and yet many remain unnamed. The constant wetness shapes the plateau's surface. Pools form in dips and hollows. Rivers wind across the flat rock, and strange rock formations appear rounded, cracked or sliced, shaped by water and wind. Some look like ancient statues, others like the ruins of cities long gone, and then sometimes, for only a moment, the sky clears. The sun touches the stone, the clouds part, and those who are lucky enough to stand atop Roraima see what few ever have: a flat world in the sky, floating above the earth like a forgotten island, creatures of the lost world, because Mount Roraima is so hard to reach. Its summit has become a sanctuary, a place where evolution moved at its own pace. The plants and animals here are not like those in the jungle below. They are different, shaped by the rain, the clouds, and the silence, Many species found here exist nowhere else on Earth. They are called endemics, and Roraima has dozens of them. There are pitcher plants that drink rain and trap insects there. Wide mouths filled with liquid. Some are so specialized they can only survive in the exact rock pools or moss beds where they were first found. Tiny frogs, barely the size of a fingernail, hop between stones. They do not croak loudly. They do not need to. Their world is quiet. They are called pebble toads black, soft-skinned creatures that roll into balls and bounce down rock faces to escape danger. Insects crawl across the stone like small machines, strange beetles, soft-winged FLIs, and ants that have lived on this mountain far longer than humans have dreamed of climbing it. Even the mosses and lichens are rare, painted in odd colors across the rocks. Their greens are darker, their reds more muted, their shapes molded by constant mist, and yet life is not dense here. It is spread out like a museum of living things. Sparse, fragile, quiet. Everything clings to the surface, not just for survival, but for meaning. Each creature is a relic, shaped by time and preserved by distance. To walk here is to step carefully, not out of fear, but out of respect, as though each leaf and each wing were holding on to secrets no one else has earned the right to hear. Myths written in rock long before scientists studied the mountain's age or climbers reached its top. The people of the surrounding lands told stories about Roraima. To them, it was more than just a mountain. It was sacred. The Piman people, who live in the Grand Sabana region of Venezuela, call it the House of the Gods. They believe Roraima is the stump of a great tree that once held all the fruits of the world. According to legend, a trickster cut the tree down, and water spilled across the land, forming rivers and shaping the earth. The mountain, then, is what remains a reminder of creation and lost to others. It was the home of spirits, both gentle and fierce. Climbing it was once forbidden, not because of danger, but out of reverence. It was a place where humans did not belong. A place too close to the sky. In 1912, British writer Arthur Conan Doyle was inspired by tales of Roraima and wrote a novel titled The Lost World. In it, explorers climb a plateau where dinosaurs still live hidden by cliffs and clouds, unchanged by time. Though fiction, the story sparked real fascination. It turned the mountain into a symbol of untouched wonder, a place where the past could survive, even today. Despite photos, maps, and scientific studies, Roraima feels like a myth. Its summit seems to float. Its walls defy the rules. And its silence says more than science can. At night, when the wind hushes and the stars begin to glow above the mist, it's easy to believe the legends are still true. That this mountain, this stone island in the clouds, really does hold pieces of the earth we were never meant to see, and perhaps that's what makes Mount Roraima so powerful, not just its age or its beauty, but the way it reminds us how much of the world is still unknown, still sacred, still waiting in silence. Chapter 9. The lake that preserves Death Lake Natron in northern Tanzania, where dry winds sweep across the plains and volcanic hills rise in the distance. There lies a lake unlike any other on Earth. Lake Natron. From above, It appears almost alien, a vast, shallow mirror streaked with red, orange, and silver. But its beauty hides something unusual. Lake Natron is not a place of comfort. Its waters do not soothe. They burn not with heat alone, but with chemistry. The lake is fed by mineral-rich springs and rivers that flow from nearby volcanic mountains, especially the active Old Doño Lengai. This volcano doesn't erupt with fire and ash. Instead, it releases a rare kind of lava one that's low in silica and high in sodium carbonate. When these volcanic minerals reach the lake, they mix with the shallow water and change its chemistry. The result is extreme alkalinity. The pH level of Lake Natron can rise as high as 10.5, nearly as caustic as household bleach. Combined with temperatures that sometimes exceed 120 degrees Fahrenheit near the shoreline, this creates an environment that repels most forms of life. Wading into this lake isn't like stepping into a pool or stream. It can sting the skin. The ground is slick with mineral crusts, and the air smells faintly of sulfur, the breath of the earth itself. Yet, the lake does not boil. It does not rage. It lies still, shallow, and wide, often no deeper than a few feet. The surface looks calm, but beneath that calm is a quiet force, one that alters anything it touches. It is a place shaped by ancient volcanoes, where the water doesn't welcome, it warns, sculptures of stillness. The most haunting part of Lake Natron is what it leaves behind. Along its rocky shores and in its shallows, visitors sometimes find birds, bats, and even insects perfectly preserved in a state of eerie stillness. They appear like statues frozen in motion, their wings outstretched, their eyes unblinking, but these are not statues. They are real animals, turned into stone like figures by the lake's chemistry. The process is slow and natural. If a bird touches the surface and becomes trapped, the caustic water begins to break down its soft tissues. Over time, as the water evaporates and minerals crystallize, a hard shell forms. It is not true petrification in the fossil sense. No minerals have replaced the bones, but it is preservation. The bodies dry quickly in the heat and high pH, forming shapes that look sculpted by hand. Even the smallest details, feathers, claws, beaks, remain intact. Photographers who have documented these creatures describe the experience as surreal. To hold a bird that looks alive but weighs nothing. To see a bat hanging from a branch, unmoving, as if pausing mid-flight forever, this stillness is not violent. There is no struggle, no obvious decay. Just silence. As if the lake doesn't destroy, it remembers. The creatures it holds seem to belong to another world, caught between life and stone, and perhaps that is the strangest part of all. In a place so harsh, beauty still lingers. Even in death there is grace. The preserved forms serve not just as a warning, but as a kind of art sculpted by salt, heat, and time, a reflection of fire at certain times of day, especially near sunset. Lake Natron begins to glow. The air is still. The sky turns gold, and the lake mirrors the light with haunting perfection. From the right angle, it looks like fire has spilled across the water, flames that don't flicker but flow, flat and endless. This color comes from Life. Not large animals or trees, but tiny microorganisms that thrive in extreme conditions. In Lake Natron, a type of salt-loving algae called Dunaliella salina flourishes. When sunlight hits the water, these algae produce red pigments to protect themselves from the harsh light data as the algae bloom. They turn the water into a canvas streaks of red, orange, and sometimes even pink. The effect depends on the season, the depth of the water, and how the light strikes the surface. During dry months, when the lake is at its shallowest, the colors become most intense. The reflection is almost too perfect. Hills, clouds, and even birds cast flawless images onto the surface. The sky seems to double. Time seems to pause. It's as if the earth itself is gazing back, but there's something unsettling about that beauty. The lake doesn't ripple like most. It holds still like a polished mirror. And in that stillness, there's a strange sense of being watched. The lake reveals everything but gives nothing away. To stand at its edge as the sky darkens is to feel very small. To see yourself in the water, not just your shape, but your presence. It is not just a lake. It is a lens, one that shows the world not as it is, but as it remembers the paradox of life. And yet, in all this silence, all this stillness, life finds a way. Along the lake's shore, where salt crusts form jagged ridges and the wind blows hot, a flash of pink often appears in the distance. A ripple, a sound, a movement. Flamingos, not just a few thousands. Lake Natron is the single most important breeding ground for lesser flamingos in the world. Over 2 million birds gather here each year, drawn to the one place where they can raise their young in peace. It seems impossible. The water is too hot, too salty, too harsh. But that's exactly why the flamingos come. Few predators can survive here. The lake becomes a fortress, a safe space made dangerous to everything else. Flamingos feed on the very algae that give the lake its color. Their curved beaks filter the red cells from the water, turning their feathers a deeper shade of pink. And when the time is right, they build nests from mud and salt, laying their eggs on small islands that rise just above the waterline. The chicks are born into heat, wind, and salt. But they grow quickly. Within weeks, they learn to wade, to feed, and eventually to fly. The cycle begins again. Scientists have marveled at this balance, how a place that preserves death also shelters life. How flamingos, delicate and soft, thrive in a landscape that turns others to stone. It is the paradox of Lake Natron, a place of extremes, a place where the same water that sculpts statues also feeds generations. To watch a flock take off at dawn, wings wide against the rising sun, is to see the world's contradictions in motion. Beauty and danger, death and birth, silence and song, and in that moment, Lake Natron is no longer strange. It is whole, a mirror, not just of light, but of life itself. Chapter 10. Bones beneath Paris. The Catacombs, Paris, the city of light, is built on shadows. Beneath its golden rooftops and bustling boulevards lies another world, darker, quieter, and far older. A world hollowed from stone, where silence hangs like dust, and the air is cool no matter the season. Long before the Eiffel Tower pierced the sky, before cafes lined the Seine or artists painted Montmartre, Paris was being built from the ground down. For centuries, the city's foundations were dug from limestone. These soft, creamy rocks were pulled from deep underground, forming a lattice of empty tunnels and chambers beneath the streets. As the city above expanded, so did the mines below. They stretched for miles, slowly forming a web abandoned, forgotten, and hidden beneath layers of time. But by the 18th century, Paris faced a different crisis. Its cemeteries were overflowing, mass graves bulged and collapsed. The largest, Les Innocents, was so full that walls buckled and the air in surrounding neighborhoods grew foul. Diseases spread. The living could no longer live beside the dead. So, in 1786, a decision was made. The bones would be moved underground. The city's empty mines would become a grave not of soil, but of stone. Workers began the careful, grim process of transferring human remains from cemeteries into the tunnels. Night after night, carts rolled through the streets, cloaked in cloth and silence. What began as a solution to a public health crisis soon became something more, a sacred architecture built of loss. Beneath the feet of millions, the bones of 6 million souls would come to rest. The catacombs were born. Walls of skulls step beyond the iron gate of the official catacombs entrance, and the light fades. The air grows still. A long staircase spirals downward, each step winding deeper into the earth's quiet heart. Then, at the bottom, the path flattens, and the silence becomes complete. The tunnels narrow, their limestone walls damp and cool to the touch. For a while, they seem empty, just corridors carved long ago. But then, a simple sign appears, carved in stone. Stop. This is the empire of the dead, and beyond that threshold, the bones begin. First, they appear as neat stacks of femurs and tibias, rows upon rows arranged with precision. Then come the skulls, hundreds of them placed in patterns, their empty eyes gazing into time. Some walls are built entirely of bones, like dry stone fences. Others form shapes, crosses, hearts, even symbols of mourning. It is not random. It is a kind of reverence. The bones were not simply dumped. They were arranged with care, with thought, and with respect. Workers, many of them quarrymen, placed each bone by hand, turning decay into a form of art. These were once people, mothers, children, lovers, strangers. And now their remains line the halls like guardians. They do not frighten. They do not mourn. They simply are. Quiet. Still. Enduring. The catacombs are not a museum. They are not staged. They are a memory given form, one that wraps itself around you, cool and endless, whispering softly with every step, a city beneath the city. The official catacombs are just a fraction of what lies beneath Paris. Beyond the known paths are miles, and miles of tunnels most uncharted, many illegal to enter. This underground world is called the Carré de Paris, the Paris mines. Only a few have maps. Many of the paths are unnamed, forgotten, or deliberately hidden. Some twist into circles. Others open into vast chambers where the ceiling vanishes into dark. Along the way, graffiti from centuries past shares the walls with messages from modern explorers. Candles melted onto rock, murals painted in secret, initials carved beside skulls. These tunnels have become a second city silent, unseen, but full of presence. They are not just stone. They hold echoes of wars, revolutions, and dreams. During World War II, the French resistance used the catacombs to move undetected. Before that, secret societies met in their depths, and today, a small group of people, called cataphiles, continue to explore. They enter through hidden holes in basements or cracks in the street. Armed with headlamps, maps, and patience, they crawl into the dark, not to vandalize, but to learn. To wander where few have walked, they tell stories of music drifting from unknown corners, of sculptures left behind in forgotten rooms, of water dripping in steady rhythm, as if the earth still breathes beneath the weight of the city. This is a Paris most never see older, wilder, and silent. A city below the city, where every stone remembers, memory in the dark. There is something different about time in the catacombs. It does not pass the same way. The ticking of clocks fades. The noise of life above vanishes. What remains is the hush of stone, the breath of dust, and the echo of footsteps on ancient floors. The people buried here did not ask to become symbols. They were fathers, workers, poets, and strangers. They lived, died, and were moved, their names lost to time. But in the catacombs, they are not forgotten. Each skull, each bone, is a memory not just of a person, but of a city that outgrew its surface. Paris did not hide its dead to erase them. It carried them downward into the earth, into stillness, and now those who visit walk not just among bones, but among reminders that cities are built not only of stone, but of lives. That every step we take rests on stories. That history isn't only what survives above, but also what sleeps below. To leave the catacombs is to rise slowly, one step at a time back toward light. And as the noise of the living returns, something remains. A quiet respect, a deeper stillness, because beneath Paris, the dead do not cry out. They do not call. They simply wait, not for resurrection, not for revenge, only to be remembered, and in the soft dark they are. Chapter 11. The trees that bent for no one. Crooked forest in a quiet corner of western Poland, near the small town of Grafino, there stands a forest unlike any other in Europe. At first glance, it looks like any ordinary grove. Tall pines, reaching toward the sky, their trunks smooth and gray, the forest floor soft with needles. But as you walk further in, something unusual begins to appear. The trees bend, not one or two, but over 100 pine trees, all curving in the same strange way. Just above the ground, each trunk makes a wide, graceful arc, almost like a hook, before continuing its climb toward the sky. Their lower sections sweep northward in smooth, deliberate curves, as though each tree was caught mid-bough, frozen in some silent dance. These are not broken or damaged trees. They are healthy, green, and tall, yet none of the surrounding trees, None of the older pines or distant saplings share this form. Only in this one patch, about 4,000 square meters in size, do the trees curve. It's as though this part of the forest remembered something the rest did not. Locals call it Kurziwi Las, the crooked forest. And for nearly a century, it has puzzled scientists, foresters, and travelers alike. The trees here are not wild. They were planted, likely in the early 1930s. But at some point in their growth, something happened. Something made them bend, all in the same direction, all at the same height, all with the same quiet strangeness. No records explain why. No documents remain from the time they were young. And so, the crooked forest stands silent, curved, and full of questions. Man, nature, or magic? Many have tried to explain the crooked forest, but no answer has ever been proven. Instead, theories stretch out like the trees themselves, bending between science and speculation. One of the most grounded ideas is that humans shaped the trees on purpose. Before modern plastics and metals, curved wood was often used for boat hulls, furniture, and sleds. By manipulating young trunks, craftsmen could grow the exact shapes they needed. It's possible, some say, that farmers or carpenters bent the trees while they were still saplings, guiding their growth for future harvest. But if so, why did they stop? Why leave the trees behind without ever using them? Another theory suggests war played a role. In the 1940s, World War II tore through this region. Some believe that the young trees were damaged by tanks or heavy snow during the war, pushed to the side, but not broken. Yet, this doesn't explain the tree's uniform direction, or why the curves are so smooth, not jagged or twisted. Some turn to nature. Perhaps the trees reacted to a strange combination of soil, frost, and light. But scientists say that kind of pattern is unlikely to appear so consistently in only one grove, with all curves so precisely formed. And then, of course, there are those who speak of something else, something older. Legends hint at supernatural forces, ancient spirits, curses, or energy fields. Not everyone believes in such things, but in a forest like this, it's hard not to wonder. The silence seems deeper here. The wind sounds softer, and the trees themselves feel like they're watching. None of the theories fully explain what happened. And maybe that's the point. The crooked forest resists answers. It invites imagination, patterns in silence. What is most remarkable about the crooked forest is not just how the trees bend, but how they live. Each pine stands healthy and tall, even with its unusual curve. Their roots are deep. Their branches are full. They stretch upward, season after season, carrying on as if nothing is strange at all. In winter, snow drapes gently over the curves, turning the grove into a sculpture garden of white. In spring, new needles bud along the arched trunks. Birds land on the curves as though they were meant for resting. Squirrels dart through them like bridges. The trees have learned to live this way. Their trunks, curved as they are, hold firm against storms. Their bark thickens along the arc, protecting the stress points. And though the lower bends make them less efficient at drawing sunlight, they find a way. They adapt. In summer, Dappled light plays along the forest floor. The curves cast long, elegant shadows. Children who visit often trace the arcs with their hands, as if the trees might respond. Adults fall quiet, caught off guard by the gentle beauty of it all, and in autumn, when leaves fall and the air turns cool, the shapes become clearer. The bare curves resemble question marks, each one asking softly, wordlessly what happened here. There is no sign, no explanation. Just trees, shaped by something long forgotten, growing together in perfect, silent rhythm. Whatever force caused the bend, it touched each tree the same way. And so they remain connected not just by roots, but by form, by memory, by mystery, a quiet enigma. The crooked forest has never become a major tourist destination. It's tucked away, quiet and unguarded. There are no fences, no crowds, no loud guides. Just a dirt path, a wooden sign, and the sound of wind moving through pine needles, and perhaps that's how it should be. The crooked forest is not loud. It is not showy. It doesn't try to amaze. Instead, it invites visitors to slow down, to walk softly, to notice that in a world full of noise and speed, it offers something else, a place of gentle mystery, a reminder that not everything has to be explained, that sometimes beauty lies in the unknown, in the curve of a trunk, in the space between trees, in the questions that stay unanswered. Photographers return year after year. Writers describe it with words like dreamlike and poetic, but no picture, no sentence quite captures the feeling of standing among the curved trees. You have to be there in the hush, in the shadow, in the soft sway of pine. Some people say the trees bow toward something. Others say they're dancing. Some say they're listening, and no matter the answer, they remain. Quiet, steady, bent, but not broken, and in their quiet shapes, the crooked forest reminds us sometimes. The most powerful stories are the ones that never speak. Chapter 12, where the water vanishes, the Devil's Kettle, in the far north of Minnesota, deep within JCR. Magny State Park. A river winds quietly through a forest of birch, pine, and spruce. Its name is the Brule, a gentle amber-colored stream that tumbles over rocks and curves through mossy banks, whispering its way toward Lake Superior. But then, something strange happens. About halfway through the park, the Brule reaches a rocky cliff. The land drops suddenly, and the water becomes louder, more urgent. It rushes forward and splits in two, not in width, like most rivers, but vertically on the left. Part of the river plunges down a steep drop, forming a normal waterfall that crashes into a deep pool below and continues its way toward the lake. This side behaves exactly as one would expect. But on the right, something else occurs. The other half of the river doesn't fall openly. Instead, it disappears into a round hole in the rock, a swirling, roaring pit that leads nowhere. There is no splash, no visible outlet, no sign of where the water goes. It simply vanishes into the earth. This place is called the Devil's Kettle. The name fits. The hole resembles a giant cauldron, and its behavior defies everything people understand about rivers. Rocks and gravity. For over a century, hikers have paused at this spot, staring into the foaming circle. Some have tossed in sticks colored dye, even ping-pong balls, hoping to see them reappear downstream. None ever do. Half a river disappears here, and no one has seen it come back. The hole with no exit, the Devil's Kettle, has drawn scientists, geologists, and curious minds for generations. The question is simple: where does the water go? But the answer has remained stubbornly hidden. In the mid-20th century, early researchers assumed the water must rejoin the river underground. Perhaps it flowed through hidden cracks or tunnels in the rock and emerged downstream, out of sight. But every test told a different story. When they dropped colored dye into the kettle, nothing showed up below. When they released small floating markers, they never resurfaced. It was as if the hole swallowed the evidence completely, as if it didn't just hide the water, but erased it. The rock around the kettle is rhyolite, a type of volcanic stone, known for being hard and relatively non-porous. It shouldn't have the capacity to absorb an entire stream. And yet, year after year, the water flows in and is never seen again. Some theories grew wilder. Could there be a vast underground chamber holding the water like a secret lake? Could the stream feed into a fault line, vanishing deep into the earth? Could there be a miscalculation in how we understand local hydrology? In 2017, after decades of guessing, researchers from the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources launched a more sophisticated study. Instead of dye or markers, they used flow measurements gauging the speed and volume of the river above and below the falls. Their findings suggested that the water does eventually rejoin the river downstream, but still no one has visually confirmed it. No dye has traced the path. No object has returned. The math adds up, but the mystery lingers because no one has seen the journey. The kettle holds its secret, myth, measurement, and wonder where science hesitates, stories grow. The Devil's Kettle has been the subject of local legend for generations. Some say it leads to a bottomless pit, others to a tunnel into the underworld. There are tales of objects tossed in and never returned: wedding rings, full jugs of water, even entire logs. The mystery has drawn tourists and theorists alike. Locals tell their children to stay clear. The roar of the water is loud and constant. The rocks are slippery, and the hole is dangerous. Even those who come just to look often find themselves strangely unsettled, as if the land itself is hiding something. Hikers pause on the overlooked platform, staring into the kettle's foam. Many expect to see something, even if just a swirl of dye or a lost leaf emerge from somewhere downstream. But there's nothing. Just more river, more noise, more forest. For geologists, the Devil's Kettle is a rare puzzle. Nature usually follows patterns. Rivers cut paths. Water seeks the lowest point. But here, those patterns break. This hole has resisted maps, resisted tracking, resisted certainty, even in a world of satellites and sonar, of models and measurements. The Devil's Kettle remains unknown, and in that unknown, there is a kind of wonder. A place where water moves invisibly. A crack in the landscape that refuses to explain itself. When nature refuses explanation in today's world, it's easy to assume every mystery has a solution. That if we look long enough, or ask the right expert, or build the right tool, the truth will reveal itself. But the devil's kettle asks us to consider another way. A way of seeing that allows for not knowing. A way of listening without needing answers. Some scientists believe the mystery will eventually be solved. That better tracking tools, better flow measurements, or new underwater equipment will one day show the path. And perhaps they're right, but even if the water's journey is mapped, the kettle will not lose its power. Its presence is more than science. It's the feeling of standing at the edge of something unknowable, the sound of water vanishing without trace, the air cooler near the hole, the knowledge that a part of the world allowed visible, flowing part still disappears completely. Right before our eyes. It reminds us that nature is not here to be solved. It is here to be experienced. That rivers don't always follow rules. That silence can be just as real as sound. That absence can be just as strong as presence. And so the devil's kettle continues roaring, turning, swallowing. Not out of anger, not out of malice. Just because it is. It reminds us of the value of mystery. The calm in not knowing. The quiet joy of watching something disappear and letting it go. Chapter 13. The Forest That Whispers Goodbyes. Aokigahara, at the base of Japan's tallest mountain, where Mount Fuji casts its shadow across quiet plains, there lies a forest that does not echo. Aokigahara, known by some as the Sea of Trees. It is unlike any other woodland on Earth. The forest grew over centuries, rooted in the hardened remains of ancient lava flows. When Fuji last erupted in the 9th century, rivers of molten rock streamed down its slopes and cooled into jagged fields of basalt. From that volcanic stone, trees eventually rose thick, twisted, and close together, forming a dense canopy. That blocks out the sky, but it's not just the trees that give Aokigahara its hush. The ground beneath the forest is sharp and uneven, pitted with holes, ridges, and caves. There is no soft soil here, no sponge of leaves to bounce sound. The lava rock absorbs vibrations instead of carrying them. Even the crunch of a footstep is swallowed. Birdsong fades quickly. Conversations don't carry. Wind rustles high above, but barely stirs the floor below. It is, in many places, completely still. This natural silence is one of Aokigahara's most haunting qualities. It creates the feeling of being alone, truly alone, even when others are nearby. Travelers report a strange quiet that follows them between the trunks. A stillness so complete that one begins to listen harder, as though the forest itself might speak, but Aokigahara does not speak. It listens. And in that listening, it holds something deeper than silence, trails of the lost for many years. Aokigahara has carried another name once spoken in hushed tones. The suicide forest. Every year, people travel here not to hike, but to disappear. Some come seeking peace. Others escape. The reasons are as countless as the footsteps left behind. What is known is that the forest has become a final stop for hundreds over the decades. A quiet end, in a place where quiet reigns, The trails that crisscross Aokigahara are marked but narrow. Blue ribbons often hang from tree branches left behind by those unsure of whether they'll return, tied as guides for a way back that some never take. Abandoned tents, empty bottles, and shoes sometimes line the paths. Signs posted by the government urge visitors to think again, to talk to someone, to live. Search teams and volunteers regularly patrol the forest, not just to rescue, but to recover. They carry stretchers. They know the signs. They move with care and reverence. Each discovery is met not with alarm, but with grief. But Aokigahara is not a place of violence. There is no threat in its trees, no danger in its cliffs. It does not pull people in. It simply receives them. What draws the lost here is not the forest itself, but something within them. The sea of trees does not judge. It does not refuse. It offers only stillness, and in that stillness, many have found a final place to rest, and yet, for every story of sorrow, there are also stories of survival, of strangers who reached out, of hikers who returned, of darkness met with something else, something small but present. Hope, spirits in the moss, long before Aokigahara became known for loss. It was a place of legend. The forest has always been quiet. And in that quiet, the people of Japan have long felt the presence of spirits. In Shinto and Buddhist beliefs, the boundary between life and death is not always clear. Spirits, or wai-rei, are said to linger when souls cannot move on. Sometimes they remain due to sudden death. Sometimes sorrow binds them. Sometimes they simply forget how to leave. In Aokigahara, it is said the moss grows thick because it feeds on memory, that the paths shift because spirits walk among them, that the forest feels heavy not with fear, but with presence. Visitors sometimes describe sensing something unseen, not threatening, just near, a movement where there is no wind, a stillness that feels too full. Some leave offerings, coins, folded paper, or small food items for those who came before. These are not acts of fear, but of care, of acknowledgement, of respect. The belief in wai-rei is not about horror. It's about connection, about understanding that sorrow leaves a mark, not just on the living, but on the land. That places hold memory the way people do, and so the spirits of Aokigahara are not hunted or feared. They are honored. Their stories are not erased, but whispered back into the forest where the trees remember, holding space for grief. Japan is a country that does not turn away from pain. Its history is full of loss, earthquakes, war, fire, and yet its culture holds space for those who grieve. In Aokigahara, this space is physical. Authorities have worked to shift the forest's story, not by hiding its past, but by offering help in its present. Phone numbers to suicide prevention hotlines are posted at entrances. Signs speak directly to visitors. Your life is a precious gift. Please reconsider. There is always another way, but more than signs, there are people. Volunteers walk the trails, not to stop or accuse, but to accompany, to listen, to sit beside those who have come unsure, counselors visit nearby towns to teach about mental health, a subject long quiet in Japanese society, now spoken about more freely. Films, books, and art have addressed Aokigahara with honesty and care, reshaping its image from a place of death to a place of reflection. Some locals bring flowers into the forest, not to mark graves, but to offer color, to say you are remembered. Others come to walk to see the trees, the caves, the strange beauty of a place that has held so much sorrow and still continues to grow. Even the moss, thick and soft, climbs over fallen trunks and stones, covering the old with the living. In this way, the forest becomes not just a space for endings, but a space for holding. Not every story in Aokigahara ends in tragedy. Many come to listen. Many leave changed. The forest does not push away. It waits. And in that waiting, it gives. Something few places can, a quiet strong enough to carry grief without breaking. Chapter 14. The City Beneath the Waves, the Yonaguni Monument in the southern reaches of Japan, where the East China Sea begins to open into the vast Pacific. The island of Yonaguni sits quietly on the edge of the known. It is the westernmost point of Japan, a rocky place shaped by ocean winds and ancient currents. And beneath its blue-green waters lies a mystery that still stirs the deep. It began with a dive. In 1986, a local diver named Kihachiro Aratake was exploring the sea near Yonaguni's southern coast. He was guiding tourists through the island's renowned coral reefs when he noticed something strange below, just 25 meters beneath. The surface, hidden by drifting silt and shifting light, he saw what looked like a staircase carved into the ocean floor. Curious, he returned. And the more he looked, the more he found. Large flat surfaces, right angles, sharp corners where none should be. Structures that seemed too symmetrical, too precise, to be natural. He shared his discovery with others, divers, researchers, and later, archaeologists. Some dismissed it as erosion. Others were stunned. The sea had hidden something, they said, and it had waited thousands of years to be found. News of the Yonaguni monument spread quickly. Photographs emerged showing clear lines and bold shapes beneath the waves. Theories surfaced as fast as the divers, each trying to explain how something so complex, so enormous, could lie so quietly at the bottom of the sea. But what exactly had Aratake discovered? A forgotten ruin? Or just the ocean's careful art? Stairs to nowhere descending to the Yonaguni monument feels like slipping into a dream. The water is clear, but darkens quickly. Fish move through the stillness like shadows, then rising out. Of the seabed, the structure appears not as scattered rocks, but as a single massive form. The main formation is over 150 meters long and about 25 meters tall. Its face is marked by long, flat terraces that resemble giant steps, broad enough to walk across, deep enough to seem deliberate. The steps rise and fall with eerie precision, like a staircase carved for giants. One section, often called the main terrace, looks like a platform or stage. To the side, vertical walls rise in straight lines, as if bordering rooms or corridors. There is a triangular depression, sometimes called the trench, that splits the stone like a path or canal nearby. Divers have documented what they describe as a stone gate and a massive isolated pillar. Some call it a tower. Standing like a sentinel at the edge of the monument, it's not just the size of Yonaguni that surprises. It's the angles, the clean edges, the sense of order. Nature, when left alone, rarely favors right angles. But here, the shapes seem shaped. Even the grooves running through the stone feel carved, and yet there are no inscriptions, no markings, no tools, just form and water, just stone and silence. It's as if the sea itself wanted to preserve the place, not for use, but for thought. Each new dive reveals more, but not answers. Yonaguni is large, complex, and quiet. A staircase that climbs nowhere. A city with no people. A place too whole to ignore, but too ancient to explain. Nature vs. civilization. Since the discovery of the monument, debate has churned almost as constantly as the tides above it. Is the Yonaguni monument a natural rock formation, a result of shifting plates and steady erosion? Or is it the lost footprint of an ancient civilization? Some geologists, like Dr. Robert Schuck, argue for nature. They point to sandstone layers in the region's sedimentary rock that tends to break in flat plains. Earthquakes, they say, could easily shear these rocks into large, flat blocks. Waves and currents could smooth the lines. It's remarkable, they admit, but not impossible. But others, including marine geologist Masaaki Kimura, believe something more. Kimura has studied the site for years and claims to have found additional structures nearby: stone circles, road-like paths, and what might be carvings worn by time. He suggests that the site could be over 10,000 years old, submerged when the last ice age ended and the sea levels rose. If Kimura is right, it would place Yonaguni before known Japanese history, before the pyramids even. A city lost not to war or fire, but to water. Critics point out the lack of artifacts. No pottery, no bones, no tools. But supporters counter with another truth. The sea hides things well. Coral grows, currents bury, and time is patient. The truth might lie somewhere in between. Perhaps nature laid the foundation. Perhaps people, long forgotten, shaped what was already there. A collaboration across millennia, stone and hand, current and craft, but so far, the monument speaks in silence. It does not tell who made it or if anyone did. Echoes of a sunken world, whether Yonaguni is natural or not, it stirs something deep in the human spirit. To see it is to feel the weight of time, not just years, but epochs. Not just history, but memory. If Yonaguni is a city, it is one of the oldest we've ever seen. A reminder that civilization may be older, broader, and more fragile than we think. That whole chapters of humanity's story might lie beneath the waves, waiting to be noticed all around the world. Other sites echoed the same thought: sunken temples in India, roads beneath the Caribbean, ruins off the coast of Egypt. The sea, it seems, remembers what we forget, and if Yonaguni is not a city, it is still something rare. A natural wonder shaped so perfectly that it looks like design. a place where stone seems to reach for language, where randomness becomes pattern, where the ocean draws straight lines. Divers who visit speak of the quiet, the weight of the water, the strange peace of floating beside something that should not be there and yet is dot in that stillness. Yonaguni reminds us of something simple, that not all questions are made to be answered. Some are made to be felt. To drift through Yonaguni is to walk among ghosts, not of people, perhaps, but of possibility. The ghost of a world that might have been, or still might be, and in that space between what we know and what we wonder, the monument remains, not as proof, but as presence, not as map, but as mystery. Chapter 15. Earth's alien garden. Socotra Island, off the coast of Yemen, in the quiet waters where the Arabian Sea meets the Indian Ocean, lies an island that seems to have drifted not only across oceans, but across time. Socotra, remote and wind-carved, Socotra is often called the most alien-looking place on Earth. But it's not just strange, it's ancient. The island broke away from the mainland millions of years ago, carried slowly eastward on the restless skin of the Earth's crust. And in that long solitude, something remarkable happened. Life kept evolving, but differently. While the world beyond changed with seasons and species, Socotra grew into something separate. Its plants twisted into new shapes. Its animals learned different ways to survive. Nothing rushed. Nothing moved fast. And because of that, almost everything here is found nowhere else. Today, over a third of Socotra's plant life exists only on this island. Some of the trees look like giant mushrooms. Some flowers resemble starfish. The soil itself is sparse, yet filled with quiet persistence. The island's landscape is shaped by contrasts: soft beaches ending in sheer cliffs, dry valleys giving way to cloud-covered mountains. The wind here whispers constantly, shaping the trees and carrying the scent of salt and age. Walking through Socotra is like stepping into Earth's memory. Every branch, every stone feels old, not just in years, but in spirit. It is not untouched, but it is unchanged. A time capsule of life, sealed not by glass, but by distance. The dragon's blood tree among the strange forms that rise from Socotra's rocky soil. One stands above the rest. The dragon's blood tree. At first glance, it looks like something from a dream, a tree with a thick trunk that flares into a wide, upside-down umbrella of branches. Each limb forks again and again, creating a dense, rounded canopy. From above, it resembles a brain. From below, it feels like shelter. A single tree, casting a perfect circle of shadow in the blazing light. Its real wonder, though, lies inside. Cut the bark, and thick red resin oozes from the wound deep crimson, like spilled ink. This is dragon's blood. For centuries, people have harvested the sap for medicine, dye, and legend. In ancient times, it was used to color violins, treat wounds, and mix with spells. Traders carried it across continents in small, precious jars. Some believed it came from actual dragon's creatures slain in the distant past, their lifeblood still flowing through the roots of these trees. But the tree is no monster. It is a survivor. It thrives in places too dry, too hot, too high. Its dense canopy traps moisture, feeding its own roots. Its strange shape isn't for beauty, it's for balance. The dragon's blood tree grows slowly. Some are hundreds of years old. They do not form forests, but families scattered clusters that lean together on stony hills. In recent years, the trees have begun to vanish. Climate change and human activity have weakened their numbers. But even in decline, they stand tall, reminding us that the rarest things often hide in the harshest places. Life that grew differently beyond the dragon's blood tree. Socotra is full of living things that seem to come from other worlds, theirs. The cucumber tree swollen and bulbous, with pale bark and tiny flowers. It stores water in its trunk like a desert well. Its shape defies symmetry, twisting like a sculpture in motion. There's the Socotran fig, which grows sideways out of cliffs, its roots clinging to stone like fingers. And the desert rose, whose pink blooms burst from thick, twisted stems. Bright and delicate against dry rock, the island's insects are equally strange. Giant centipedes with armor like shells. Shimmering blue beetles that hide beneath stones. Butterflies that drift silently through dry air, their wings marked with unknown patterns. Birds, too, have made this island their own. The Socotra sunbird flashes yellow through the trees. The Socotra starling sings a song heard nowhere else. Even the island's bats, its only native mammals, are unique in shape and sound. These creatures aren't just rare, they are adapted. Made for cliffs, for heat, for wind. Their wings are shorter. Their roots are deeper. Their rhythms are slower. They are not visitors. They are children of the island born of its rock, its silence, its sun-to walk among them, is to feel how life can change without leaving, how nature can bend, not break, how evolution can write new stories in places left alone. An island of forgotten magic with such strange beauty and ancient life. It's no wonder Socotra is surrounded by stories. For centuries, sailors avoided its shores, calling it the island of jinn spirits that dwell in winds and shadows. Some believed it was cursed, a place where compasses spun and stars grew dim. Others whispered of hidden knowledge, kept by the islanders in quiet chants and rare herbs. Local legends speak of wise women who healed with dragon's blood, of trees that spoke at dusk, of caves where voices echo even when no one is near. Even today, the island feels slightly apart, not just geographically, but spiritually. Its villages are small. Its people live with the land, not against it. They know when the trees bloom, when the winds change. They speak of the island as if it breathes, and maybe it does. Maybe the wind through the canyons and the rustle of the trees are not just sound, but memory, the voice of the island shaped by thousands of years of sun, salt, and silence. Socotra's magic is not loud. It does not perform. It waits quiet and enduring for those who walk slowly enough to see. It is not a place of escape. It is a place of return to something older, to something quieter. Something that still listens. Chapter 16. Stones that circle the sun. Stonehenge, in the gentle hills of southern England, where mist clings to the grass and sheep graze quietly. A ring of ancient stones stands beneath the open sky. Stonehenge silent, massive, patient. each stone tall and weathered, each placement purposeful. This is not just a monument. It is a calendar in stone, long before cities rose, before books were written or wheels turned. People placed these stones here not randomly, but with great care. When the summer solstice arrives, the sun rises perfectly in line with the heel. Stone, casting a beam of light that cuts through the center of the circle. On the winter solstice, the sun sets directly between the tallest uprights. These alignments are not accidents. The builders of Stonehenge, living over 4,000 years ago, tracked the movements of the sun and moon with startling accuracy. They understood. Cycles the long, slow arc of the seasons, the changing of light, the return of warmth, and they shaped their world around that understanding. Some of the stones form trilithons to vertical pillars supporting a horizontal lintel. Others are arranged in a circle, creating windows of sky. Through these spaces, light and shadow move like dancers, marking days, solstices, and eclipses. Stonehenge is not a ruin. It is a clock, not of gears or hands, but of sunlight and silence. A structure that watches the sky and remembers its rhythm. To stand among the stones is to feel something old, not just in age, but in awareness. A quiet that knows the shape of the year, mystery in the quarry. The stones of Stonehenge didn't grow here. They were moved, the largest known as sarsens, weigh up to 25 tons each. They came from Marlborough Downs, about 20 miles to the north. The smaller ones, called bluestones, are even more remarkable. They came from the Preseli Hills in Wales, nearly 150 miles away, and yet over 80 stones were brought to this one grassy plain, placed upright and balanced with precision, all without wheels, without iron, without engines. How? No one knows for certain. Some theories suggest the builders used sledges and rollers made of wood. Others believe they floated the stones along rivers, then dragged them over land. In recent years, experiments have tried to replicate the feat using only Stone Age tools, ropes, logs, manpower. It's possible, but slow. Each stone would have taken weeks to move. What's even more mysterious is why they did it. Why bring such massive stones from so far? Why not use what was nearby? Perhaps the stones themselves mattered. Perhaps the people believed the blue stones had special meaning, a kind of memory or spirit. Or perhaps the journey mattered as much as the place. A ritual of movement, not just construction. In the quarries where the blue stones were carved, signs of campfires and offerings have been found. The stone was not just material. It was sacred. The builders of Stonehenge didn't leave instructions, but their actions speak. They carried these stones across land and water, not just with effort, but with purpose. That purpose may be lost, but the movement remains, and in that mystery, the stones still speak, a place for the dead. For many years, Stonehenge was thought to be a temple, a place for the living to gather and watch the sky. But recent discoveries have added another layer. Beneath the grass and around the circle, archaeologists have found the ashes of the dead. Dozens of burial pits have been unearthed. Some inside the ring, others in a wide arc beyond it. These remains are cremated, placed in simple pits, sometimes marked by small stones, Radiocarbon dating suggests they are some of the earliest burials at the site, possibly before the first massive stones were even set. This suggests that Stonehenge began not as a place for celebration, but as a place for mourning. Who were these people? Not common villagers, it seems. The care with which they were buried and the location suggests they were important. Perhaps priests, chiefs, or healers. Perhaps those chosen to carry memory forward. In ancient times, death was not an end, but a transition. The soul moved on, but the body stayed close returned to the earth. Marked by stone, the circle then may have been a threshold. A place between this world and the next. A place where the dead could be remembered and the living could find meaning. Stonehenge is not just built from stone. It is built from silence, from the lives of those who stood here long ago, and from the ones who are laid to rest beneath it, still watching the seasons. Thousands of years have passed since the last stone was placed. Empires have come and gone. Wars have burned across these fields. But Stonehenge remains. The stones lean, but they do not fall. Lichen grows on their faces. Rain carves slow lines into their surfaces. But still they stand, watching the sky as they always have. Each year, on the summer solstice, people gather to watch the sunrise. Some wear robes. Some bring drums. Others come in silence. As the first light cuts through the stones, a hush falls. For a moment, time folds. The past breathes through the present, and the stones shine. Stonehenge is not alone. Across Britain and Europe, other stone circles mark ancient calendars. But none are as grand, none so enduring, none so silent. Even from a distance, the stones command attention. They rise from the field like memories, not of events, but of understanding, of people who watched the stars, counted the days, and built something that outlived them. In that way, Stonehenge is still alive, not with movement, but with meaning, not with sound, but with sight. The sun still passes overhead. The moon still rises and falls. And the stones old, weathered, and strong still circle the sky, still counting, still waiting, still watching. Chapter 17. Gravity turned on its head. Magnetic hill, high in the cold, quiet heart of Ladakh, where mountain air cuts clean and clear, and the sky feels impossibly close. There lies a short stretch of road that bends the mind as much as the landscape. On this road, something strange happens. A car, placed in neutral, begins to roll not downhill, but up. This is Magnetic Hill. At first glance, it's just a patch of highway between Leh and Kargil, empty, narrow, hugged by endless stretches of brown rock and wind-shaped ridges. But then someone stops the car, turns off the engine, releases the brake, and slowly, gently, the vehicle begins to move, not forward, but backward, not down, but seemingly uphill. Tires turn. Gravel shifts. The car gains speed, drawn, it seems, against the will of gravity. The moment is subtle, but unforgettable. A quiet defiance of one of the universe's oldest laws. People laugh, stare, and reach for their cameras. Others sit in silence, unsure whether to believe what they're seeing, and for a moment, on this one strange stretch of mountain road, the rules feel different. Magnetic Hill is not loud. There are no signs of dramatic change, no thunder or flash. Just a slope, a car, and a gentle roll that doesn't make sense, but the mind remembers. Because when the world doesn't behave as expected, even in the softest ways, it leaves a mark. The science of optical illusion, the answer, as many have discovered, lies not in magnetism or miracles, but in the quiet trickery of the eyes, magnetic. Hill is what scientists call a gravity hill, an optical illusion caused by the layout of the surrounding land. The horizon is skewed, the natural cues are hidden, and the slopes are not what they seem on this road. The hill that appears to rise is actually sloping down just slightly, just enough. But the larger landscape, shaped by rolling terrain and uneven hills, tilts away in such a way that it fools the brain. Without a visible, level horizon, our minds misinterpret the true direction of the slope. We see the road going up. Our bodies feel the car moving up. But it's not. The car is rolling downhill gently, silently, exactly as physics demands. We just can't see it. The illusion works so well because our brains crave balance. They assume the world follows straight lines, predictable slopes, familiar perspectives. When those cues are removed or warped, our sense of direction tilts too. It's the same reason why paintings can feel like windows, or why certain buildings seem to lean when they don't. Our eyes collect the data. Our brains arrange it. And sometimes they get it wrong, but that mistake doesn't take away from the magic. In fact, understanding the science can deepen the wonder. It's a reminder that even the most basic truths, like the pull of gravity, can be shaped by the way we look at things. And here, on a mountain road in Ladakh, the earth uses shape and shadow to teach us how easily we are moved, not by force, but by perception. The pull of pilgrimage people don't just visit Magnetic Hill to test a slope. They come for something more each year. Thousands of travelers, locals and tourists alike, make the journey to this strange spot. Some drive hundreds of miles through winding roads and high-altitude passes. Others stop here on the way to spiritual destinations like Gurudwara Pathar Sahib, or the confluence of the Indus and Zanskar rivers. But once they reach the hill, many stay longer than they expect. They take turns sitting behind the wheel. They try bicycles, skateboards, water bottles. Some leave offerings, flowers, coins, or whispers of hope. There's a quiet reverence in the air. Not religious, necessarily, but personal. Something about the place feels sacred in its own way, not because of what it is, but because of what it allows people to feel. For some, the hill is a symbol of hope, a place where the impossible becomes briefly possible. For others, it's a moment of lightness, a break from the heaviness of the world. And for many, it becomes a shared story, one they tell over dinner or years later. When someone else mentions Ladakh, local guides often speak of legends of magnetic forces, of ancient blessings, of invisible energy fields. The stories aren't meant to be proven. They're meant to a depth. To remind visitors that some places are meant to be felt more than understood. In this high-altitude stillness, surrounded by stone and sky, Magnetic Hill becomes more than a geographic anomaly. It becomes a destination of feeling, a place where people come not just to test gravity, but to reconnect with wonder, reality beneath the trick. The illusion of magnetic hill has been measured, mapped, and explained. Surveyors have studied the slope. Scientists have shared the physics. There's no magnetic field, no reverse gravity, no breach in natural law, and yet the experience remains powerful. Even when we know how it works, we still feel it, this strange sensation of something impossible happening right in front of us. The car still moves. The road still feels wrong. The landscape still hums with quiet magic, because some truths don't weaken with explanation. They deepen. Understanding that we're being fooled doesn't take away the joy. It adds a new kind, of a one rooted in the complexity of perception, in the fragility of our senses, in the dance between what is and what seems to be. Magnetic Hill reminds us that mystery doesn't always require miracles. Sometimes a trick of the eye is enough. Sometimes knowing the secret makes the performance even better. And perhaps that's what the hill offers most, a soft reminder that the world is still capable of surprising us. That even in the age of reason, there are places that bend the rules just enough to make us look again. Think again. Feel something deeper. In the end, the car rolls exactly as it should. Gravity is never broken. But for a few quiet seconds, our certainty is, and in that moment, brief, gentle, unforgettable, the world feels just a little bit larger. Chapter 18, Stones that Sail. Racetrack, Playa, in the heart of Death Valley, one of the driest and hottest places on Earth. There lies a flat, cracked lake bed called Racetrack, Playa. It stretches wide and empty beneath a vast blue sky. Its surface dry as bone, marked only by lines thin, meandering trails etched in the dust like footprints left by ghosts. But these aren't left by animals or people. They are left by stones, large ones, heavy ones, some the size of bowling balls, others weighing as much as a man, and they move. That's what makes Racetrack, Playa more than just a dried-up lake. What brings hikers, geologists, and dreamers to its edge? The stones here seem to sail across the ground, leaving long, curved tracks behind them, as if they simply decided to take a walk. There are no footprints nearby, no tire marks, no signs of machinery or mischief, just stones sitting still. At the end of a trail that goes on for dozens of feet. The first time someone sees it, they pause. They walk the track backward, then forward. They touch the rock as though it might be warm from motion. But it never is. It's always still, and yet the line behind it is undeniable. The path is real. The journey happened, but no one saw it move. And so, on this quiet desert floor, the mind begins to ask how. The great mystery for decades, Racetrack, Playa baffled those who visited it. The stones had clearly moved, but no one had ever caught one in the act. No cameras, no witnesses. Just trails in the dirt and silence. Speculation took root in the absence of answers. Some believed the wind was strong enough to push the rocks. After all, the Playa is open, and the wind can be fierce. But others questioned that theory. Some stones weigh over 100 pounds. Could the wind really slide them so smoothly, over such long distances? Others proposed ice. Maybe, they said, water seeps into the lake bed after rare desert rains. Maybe it freezes around the rocks overnight. Maybe the ice helps them move, but how would that explain the graceful looping paths? Or the sharp right turns? Or the way some rocks seem to pause, then start again? More mystical minds offered stranger ideas. Some spoke of magnetic fields, others of trickster spirits. A few suggested unknown vibrations from beneath the earth. Year after year, scientists visited the Playa. They measured the soil, the slope, the weather. But still, the stones would not move when watched. They waited until no one was looking. The mystery became part of the land. A quiet puzzle written in dust and stone, and like all great mysteries, it made people wonder not just about how but about why. When science caught up then, in 2014, something changed. A team of researchers, led by cousins Richard and James Norris, decided to get closer. They placed GPS trackers on a group of rocks, set up time-lapse cameras, and most importantly, they waited. What they captured would finally explain the movement, but in the softest, quietest way. After a rare desert rain, a thin layer of water spread across the Playa. Overnight, temperatures dropped just enough to freeze the water into a sheet of ice only a few millimeters thick. By morning, as the sun rose, the ice began to crack. The wind picked up, and then, like a slow ballet, the ice sheets began to slide. They pushed against the rocks, gently, slowly, sometimes for hours. The rocks moved inches at a time, carving smooth trails through the soft mud beneath. The movement wasn't fast. It wasn't dramatic. It was subtle, sometimes just 10 feet. In a day. Sometimes less, but it was real. Science had caught the stones in motion. It wasn't magic. It wasn't myth. It was water, cold, and wind, three old forces working together in perfect balance. But even with the answer, the mystery didn't fade, because the truth turned out to be more beautiful than the theories, more delicate than the doubts. Nature had not broken its rules. It had used them quietly, patiently, when no one was looking. Mystery not lost today. Racetrack Playa remains as silent and strange as ever. The stones still sit at the ends of their trails, looking as though they might move again at any moment. Some have new paths since the last rain. Others have not budged in years. Visitors walk among them with reverence. Even those who've read the studies, who know the physics, still feel something when they see the trails firsthand, because knowing how doesn't take away the wonder. It deepens it. There's something magical about watching the world surprise us, about discovering that even the most ordinary things, like rocks and wind and ice, can do something extraordinary. We are taught that knowledge ends mystery. But here, it only expands it. Racetrack Playa isn't just about rocks that move. It's about what happens when no one is watching. It's about the slow dance of nature, the patience of motion, the poetry of unseen forces leaving their mark. And so the stones wait. The Playa cracks beneath the sun. The wind stirs, and when the water returns and the frost whispers across the ground, the stones will move again, not loudly, not quickly, but with quiet purpose and somewhere far away, someone will smile at the thought of it. Chapter 19. The river that boils Shanay-Timpishka in the heart of the Peruvian Amazon. Far from paved roads and city lights, a soft mist curls above the canopy. The jungle breathes with bird song and unseen rustlings, and the air hangs heavy with the scent of damp leaves and earth. Here, in a place already alive with mystery, a river flows that should not exist. Its name is Shanay-Timpishka, the boiling river. From a distance, it looks like any other jungle stream, winding through dense trees and rocky beds. But as you draw closer, something shifts. The humidity thickens. Steam begins to rise in steady plumes. The sound of moving water becomes sharper. Not gentle or cool, but sizzling hissing. Like a kettle left too long on the flame, the river is hot. Not warm, but boiling hot enough to cook. In places, the water reaches 200 degrees Fahrenheit. Small animals that fall in do not escape. Leaves that touch the surface curl instantly, despite its searing heat. The river is wide and strong. It runs for nearly 4 miles through the rainforest, flowing fast in some stretches, pooling gently in others. Its banks are lush with vegetation, and giant trees lean toward it as though in awe. Ferns and orchids flourish in the moist heat. Roots stretching towards steam instead of rain, and still there is no volcano, no lava, no plume of ash. The land here is green and soft, not black and jagged. The nearest geothermal hotspot is hundreds of miles away, yet the river boils, and in that quiet, steamy flow, it asks a question that even now science is only beginning to answer. Hot without a volcano, the mystery of Shanay-Timpishka lies not just in its temperature, but in its location. Most boiling rivers on Earth are born near volcanoes or geysers, places where magma sits close beneath the surface, heating water with raw volcanic force. But this part of the Amazon has no such feature. No glowing crater. No sulfurous vents. Nothing to explain the fire beneath the water. For years, the river was a secret known only to the local Ashaninka people and a few researchers willing to hike deep into the forest. Then, in the early 2010s, a young geoscientist named Andres Russo heard stories about the river from his grandfather. He was skeptical. Rivers don't boil without heat from the Earth's core, but when Russo visited the site himself, he saw the steam, felt the heat, measured the temperature, and he changed his mind. What science now believes is this: the boiling river is heated not by a volcano, but by the earth itself, not from a single explosive source, but from deep geothermal processes far below the surface. Rainwater and groundwater seep down through cracks in the earth, traveling miles underground, where they are superheated by the planet's natural energy. That hot water is then forced back up through fault lines, emerging in the form of the river. It is not magic. It is geology, rare, powerful, and hidden. But even with sensors and studies, the boiling river remains an outlier. Its size, its heat, its distance from volcanic activity, all are unusual. Most geothermal rivers are small springs or narrow streams. This is a true river, flowing wide and strong, hot enough to burn, and so, even explained, it remains rare. a place where science finds no contradiction in spirits and shamans long before science arrived. The people of the region already understood that Shanay-Timpishka was different. Tio, the Ash Ninka people. The river is sacred. They believe it is protected by a powerful spirit, a giant snake called Yakumama, mother of the waters. It is said that she coils through the earth, warming the river with her breath, watching over the jungle and all who live near it. Shamans visit the river not to study, but to listen. They say the water carries energy, that it speaks in steam and flow. The bubbling pools and smooth rocks are places of ceremony. Healing herbs are gathered from its banks. Songs are sung here, not to explain the river, but to honor it. Visitors are told to approach with respect, not because of danger, though the water can scald, but because the river is alive. It holds memory. It knows who comes in peace. In these stories, the heat is not a puzzle, but a gift. A reminder that the earth is not just a planet of rules and elements, but a place of spirit, one that hides its power in quiet corners and invites only the curious to find it. Even those who study the river with data and instruments often speak of a feeling something deeper than heat, a sense of presence, of being watched, of standing in a place that is known. Even if not fully understood, the legends do not clash with science. They run alongside it, like two streams that meet at the same bend in the forest. Together, they remind us that knowledge and reverence can share the same path, fire in the veins of the earth. In the end, the boiling river is not about boiling. It is about balance. It is about what happens when the unseen forces of the world rise quietly to the surface beneath every step we take. Heat moves. Deep in the earth's crust, energy flows in silence, shifting mountains, warming oceans, stirring magma. We rarely see it. Even more rarely, we feel it. But here, on the banks of Shanay-Timpishka, we do. The river offers more than warmth. It offers a view into the planet's interior, a living connection between rain and rock, between sky and steam. It is not just a natural wonder. It is a geological heartbeat, one of the few places where the earth shows its heat not in fire, but in flow, and in that flow, there is still mystery. Why is this river so large? Why does it stay hot for so long? How many more places like this might remain hidden in the jungles, beneath the trees, beyond the reach of maps? Scientists continue to study it. Indigenous elders continue to protect it. Travelers continue to come, some to learn, some to pray, some just to feel, and the river continues to run through rock and forest, through history and myth, through silence and steam, not loud, not roaring, just steady, just hot, just there. Chapter 20, where shadows are cast out. Mehandipur, Balaji Temple, in the desert state of Rajasthan, where sun-cracked soil gives way to low hills and ancient forts, there stands a temple unlike any other, surrounded by dust, crowds, and the pulse of belief. Mehandipur Balaji Temple waits, its red flags snapping in the wind, its stone walls humming with chants and centuries. But this is not just a place for prayer. It is a place where shadows are named and cast out. As you walk through the gates, the sound hits first, not the soft recitation of mantras, but cries, wails, the low murmur of voices in trance. Some weep, some laugh, others shake violently, limbs flailing, held firm by family members who've come with only one hope, healing inside. Smoke curls from small fires. Camphor burns in silver dishes. Offerings of jaggery and black lentils are piled in quiet corners. Bells ring. Heads bow. The air feels thick, not heavy, but full. Full of feeling, of fear, of faith. Here, exorcism is not hidden. It is public. Ordinary. Night and day, people arrive with the ones they believe are afflicted by spirits, curses, unseen forces. The afflicted lie on the floor. Some scream. Others fall silent. They are brought to the temple's three deities. Balaji Hanuman, Pratrij Sarkar, king of spirits, and Bhairav, guardian said to possess the power to expel the darkest energies, and as the rituals unfold, a strange stillness settles in the chaos. A rhythm, a structure, as though the temple, ancient and unmoved, holds the trembling within its arms. This is Mehandipur, a temple where shadows are not feared, but faced between belief and reality. No place like Mehandipur exists without questions. And here they echo in every corridor. For the faithful, the temple is a lifeline, a last resort when medicine fails, when doctors say it's in the mind, when the night brings voices no one else hears. They come from all over India, sometimes from other countries, carrying hope in one hand and desperation in the other. Some say they've seen healing, that their son stopped screaming, that their sister began to speak again, that the weight they carried left them quietly during the final arti. Others aren't so sure. Psychologists speak of dissociation, mass hysteria, the placebo effect. They say trauma needs therapy, not chance. That what happens here is powerful but explainable. And then there are the priests, men who do not argue or persuade. They do not ask questions. They perform, day after day, offering fire, pouring water, whispering verses. They have seen too much to doubt. Or perhaps they have given up the need to explain. The temple stands between these worlds, science and spirit, reason and ritual. It does not demand belief. It does not offer proof. It simply opens its gates and lets the rest unfold. For some, it is superstition. For others, it is salvation. For all, it is unforgettable rituals of relief each evening. As the sky turns orange behind the hills, a deep rhythm begins to move through the temple. The priests light lamps. The conch shell blows. The crowd gathers in the main courtyard. Hundreds of devotees sit cross-legged. Some hum softly. Others rock back and forth. Many hold tightly to a photo, a thread, a prayer scribbled on torn paper. The smell of incense mixes with heat and ash. As the arti begins, hands rise. Flames move in circles before the idols, and voices lift in unison. Not melodic, but forceful. Grounded, as if calling something back or pushing something away, nearby. People throw black lentils into fires, a symbol of releasing what no longer serves. In dark corners, Some visitors whisper secrets into the ears of the statues. Others simply cry, and then, when the ceremony ends, the lines form again. For water from the temple, for food offered to the gods, for a glimpse, just a glimpse of peace. The rituals here are not elaborate. They are repetitive, predictable, but in that repetition lies their power, a pattern strong enough to hold uncertainty, a routine carved into stone by years of need. Healing here is not always about being cured. Sometimes it's about being seen, being held, being allowed to break and still be brought forward, and night after night, the cycle continues. Fire, chant, shadow, light, the line between seen and unseen as dawn breaks over Mehandipur, and the temple bells ring once more. The line between what is real and what is felt blurs softly. This is not a place of miracles in the flashy sense. No sudden glow, no divine apparitions. Just human pain, and the ancient ways people have tried to soothe it. The temple does not claim to erase the unseen. It invites it forward, allows it space, names it, battles it, releases it, all beneath. The gaze of statues worn smooth by millions of hands. Perhaps that's what makes this place different. It does not reject fear. It does not deny suffering. It faces it head-on with ritual, with rhythm, with community for those who leave healed. The temple becomes sacred. For those who leave unchanged, it remains heavy with meaning. And for all who enter, it becomes a place that lives in the memory long after the gates are behind them. Because in Mehandipur, Balaji Temple, the mystery is not just in the screaming or the silence. It's in the resilience, in the ancient walls that do not flinch, in the people who come not for logic, but for comfort, and in the quiet truth that not all shadows come from outside. Some live within us, and some places like this one dare to meet them where they are.